Hello guys, how do you do? Long time no see. So do we have any announcements today? Oh boy, no. Please let me know if the music level is okay and if my microphone level is okay. I changed some things last time. I wanted to stream Thursday, not Thursday, Friday. But they had an issue with Restream. The guys who were streaming my stream to the internet. So that was a big bummer. Tuesday was impossible for me, so. Choo 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 choo. Acoustics are fine.
Good so far, okay.
So I was thinking, I cannot wait till tomorrow. I want to play around, and I figured, what the hell, why not? Let's go live. Just hit the button. Let's see where it ends. Let's see where we go. Let's see where we go today. So let's see what's in the chat. Not sure. Glad you guys showed up, by the way, even though it's not the regular day. Danny B is ready to go. Hey mate, how do you do? Just testing or reinstalling? I reinstalled my whole system. Yep, I did. And it's really, I cleaned up a lot already, but it's still a mess. And I do not have any automations. And at this point, like we're living in a home without automations for a couple of days now. Oh boy, that just sucks. Really, you get used to them. Phil WE, thank you so much, man. Yeah, boy. No music. There should be music. It's a soft tune though. But let me try. Maybe. Virgil, thank you so much. Here we go.
Yeah, boy. With a tiny little house as a message. How cute.
Oh man, thank you so much, sir. That's appreciated. Hi all, says Nicholas, and Danny B already said hello, Mikola. Who's else here? Donlux, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? I'm streaming, mate. I'm streaming, I'm sorry. Hey Frank, hey John, how you doing? Garrett is here. Hey all. Wrong day, abort. I figured, what the hell? Why should I stream on well, I don't know. Maybe sorry mate. Let's call it Friday. Cheers mates. Good weekend. Hello chat. Hello Velcup. How do you do? 4 tracks. Starting from scratch. I thought I only did that. Well, actually I did it because I will tell you in a sec. No music while we wait. I'm sorry, I forgot to push the button. Really stupid. It was muted. So freaking stupid. Oh, Mr. Banana is in the house. Yeah, boy. How do you do, homie? And there should be an intro now. Here we go. Yeah, boy. So sorry about the music thingy. Here we go. Intimate Tech is here. Oh, nice. But only a little time here today. But still nice you dropped by, mate. Oh man, I need to get into your board. I wanted to do it around Christmas. But yeah. I want to do so many things. Okay.
Oh boy.
I've done the same recently. It's satisfying to have a clean slate. Well, if you look at my slate, it's anything but clean. Although I think I did a pretty decent job at starting, actually. We'll see in a sec. Okay. TCast Twitches, thank you for the bits, mate. wave. That was me. I thought I triggered a bot or something. No, you didn't. Ian, Hi, mate. How do you do? Thank you for tuning in. Have we already covered that it's actually not Friday? Yeah, we did. So what? You ever find the song you were trying to find last stream for your lamp video? Did I try to find a stream for lamp video? Please help me remember. I forgot though. So do we have any announcements today? Nope. Freaking boring, right? Sorry, mate. Did you expect something? Are you waiting for something? Maybe is that the idea, Robert? Though. Oh boy, choo choo. Falcup, all good. Paulson is here. Hey Kim, I'm fine, thank you. Acoustics are fine. Intro music was low, but the mic is fine. Okay, I'm not sure why it's low then. Everything seems to be normal. Okay. We'll check the next time I play. Wow. Good evening. You're buffering. Let me close my porn. Yeah, that's probably helping. But I'm not buffering. I'm just sitting here in a chair. I'm not doing anything. Trying ZSH. Slower than Habitat to MQTT2HA. Really? Oh wow. I would not expect that though. Hey homies, no music. Music was fixed. Reinstalling Home Assistant. Nice! I actually reinstalled over the holidays too. Really, man. Cool. Slowly moving stuff over from the test HA to my new prod AA. That's exactly a bit the point of what I'm doing actually. Well, no. I got a new prod. I got a new production system. Just reinstalled HA on my home as well. Still straightening out the entities and devices. That part I covered kinda, so we see that in a sec. But yeah, back in time. Looking forward to see if you've redone your config structure in any way. Maybe that's the point where I'm at right now. I'm at like I connected all the shite and stuff is now running. I have a lot of buttons and a lot of sensors, but nothing is like automated. So yeah, I reconsidered a couple of things, and I should reconsider every automation, I think. And I also want to look into making things more flexible for myself, even more flexible. So I got an idea. I don't know how yet, but we could try. I don't know. See-through muck is back. Cheers. In case you did, Papa, Daddy, right? This is the pet Papa. Got it from my daughter. Friday Eve. Feels like it a bit. Two skies in the house. What color is the backdrop? Green? Yes, it's green. I cannot show it. I'm not sure how, but it's green. It's a green screen. It's an Elgato green screen. So if you have looked at the release notes for 0.104, you would have seen the Elgato key light. That's the same brand. It's my stream light, which is shining down on me. This light here in front of me, which is now Home Assistant controllable. And I have an Elgato green screen as well, so that's kind of cool. I love it. It's Friday for me. That's cool. Automations can be so addictive. Yeah, I do not have any, and it's just so weird. Frank is off by one. I'm always off by one. Hey there, Frank. Hey, mate. How do you do? Let me see what else is in here. And you start missing them. The very first, you have to flip the switch again and turn on the lights. Yeah, how stupid is that, right? It's just like stupid things like, it's cold in the house. Why is that? Well, the heating is off. Why is the heating off? Why is the thermostat down? How? Well, normally it turns up automatically. You come home again and why are the lights on? Well, they didn't turn off. Well, oh, the automations are down. It's just like you get used to those things really quick. It's really scary, actually. Did you already tell why you reinstalled? No, I will tell in a sec. Almost down to the chat. Actually, first live stream I've been on for you. Oh, that's cool, 4Tracks. Thank you, mate. Thank you for tuning in. No Odroid N2. No Odroid N2. My Odroid N2 is actually right here. This is my Odroid N2. But no, I still need to patch my network. As in, I need to create a switch port for it. Put it in the correct virtual LAN, VLAN. So, yeah, it's one of the tasks on my list for this week. Which is short this week from this point on, so gotta hurry. Ishmeet, hey mate, you here? G-Dad, yeah boy! Hey man, how do you do? Is coding hard? Coding is not the hard part. Solving the problem is the hard part. Hey Shed, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube, man. That's appreciated. And please let me know in the chat, sir. Do you like cats or dogs? That's the question. Okay. Is coding hard? No. Solving the problem is hard. Coding is something you can learn. Actually, it can be a bit daunting in the beginning, I guess. I don't know. I was 6 when I started out playing with that stuff. So I don't know. But yeah. In general, it's just the problem solving. That's the hardest part. Like the creativity, the analytics, the it's like doing a puzzle. If you start out with a puzzle of 10,000 pieces, it will be hell. I don't know. But once you get it, you know how to do the strategy, I guess. Frank, do you need a new calendar? It's Thursday right now, I know. Ich habe 2 WLAN eingerichtet, einen in dem Wohnzimmer, die andere in die Schlafzimmer. Ich habe das Problem, dass wenn ich auf ein Alt schalte, die andere auch schaltet aus. Oh, das ist nicht so good. Rupert, what you have to do is he has a WLAN LED controller, and if he turns one off, the other one goes off as well. So there's a sync option, sync, send and receive. Make sure those are off, since if you have them on, they will sync up. So if you turn one off, the other will go off as well. I'm stuck on version 103.6, can't seem to upgrade. Any ideas? Logs. Check your logs. Try to upgrade, it will roll back if it's has IO at least. And check the Home Assistant log for hints, because there's something in here. Fresh installation, powered by... not Node-RED. I'm sorry, mate. Reinstall always makes stuff simpler. Gets more standard. I don't know. Have you had time to check my bug regarding WireGuard? Which bug? I see many issues. I process around 200 GitHub notifications a day. Sorry if it passes by me. I make notes of things I have to do, so I track everything I need to get back to or got to fix or whatever. That's in a separate list. But still, like, I cannot remember anything on my list. That's kind of my point. Another thing I do, I write everything down so I do not have to remember it. So I have a structure for that. My favorite part of reinstalling is moving, as such. Maybe. Well, you could test Node-RED. No, I will not test Node-RED. I do not use Node-RED, and I will not use Node-RED. I might do reinstall as well. I'm not fully satisfied at the moment. Well, the problem is, like, reinstalling does not solve the issue, right? Like, it's same with software development. If you're familiar with the software development process, at some point an application becomes a legacy application. And then usually what happens is that everybody starts shouting, we should start over and make something new. The problem is, you will still have a hurry to make the new thing, make the same errors as you used to do, so you end up with a half legacy application. Meanwhile, you have the old system or old application still running, which you have to maintain and get something decent going as well, because you cannot simply turn it off in most cases. Hey, Robert, thank you so much. That's appreciated for the super chat. Woohoo! That's a Snoop Dogg for you. The sound effects are indeed low. Okay. So that is kind of like the problem, right? You can start over, but you will end up with not something happy. So in general, I would not recommend reinstalling. In general, I would really recommend to go into your system and improve a single small thing constantly. Just one thing, test it, do you like it, next. And just iterate over it and continue on doing this cycle until everything is perfect. And it will never be perfect because it's your freaking house. The freaking house is never finished. So it isn't your home automation. So this what I'm doing right now is actually really stupid. And I did it because I got a new system. So that's my main reason. I got a totally new system. And I was like, okay, what am I going to do? Can I make a snapshot? I could restore it and then try to fix everything. But I want to have the old system available for a moment as well. So that's an issue. So I actually ended up just reinstalling, just for the experience. So I had some experience. I made tons of notes, even for Home Assistant. Some things actually I already fixed and addressed in Home Assistant. Some things were fixed by some of the other team members of Home Assistant already. Things I saw that were not like totally perfect, which I would not have seen if I didn't do this. So actually I'm pretty happy I did. But in general, just iterate, just make steps, baby steps, just every day, just a small thing. Just do not try to overhaul everything. Just make small changes. Okay, I'm running. I can't figure out how to get hide if we're working on Unify. You cannot use it. Hide if away is actually deprecated, and I have marked it deprecated for the next release because it's not doing anything. So it will be removed in 1.107 as a whole. So please remove it from your configuration. Hide if away. How am I only making it to a live stream now? I don't know. If you rename an entity, it should rename it in automations as well, etc. Why? I think. I don't know. No. Bug. The REST API is not reachable if the HA is restarted. Ramji, 2 months in a row. Thank you, bro. Here we go. Yeah, boy. Thank you so much, sir. The REST API is not reachable if HA is restarted. If it's started and up again, it should be working, right? I'm pretty sure I'm using it though. And I'm running the latest greatest, I think. I do. Super chat, €5 for INBF. Thank you so much, Rupert. That's appreciated. Will there be different style templates for Lovelace in the UI in the future? I don't know. I'm not a UI guy. I'm not a UI guy. But we do all agree that we should work on the UI, or at least they, not me. I should learn it. I should learn a bit more about UIs. I should learn a lot, by the way. What system is it? New hardware? Yes. Is there a way to have the fan on Raspberry Pi? I don't know, man. Will you try to use the UI more? I don't know yet. What do you guys think? Like, I'm a YAML guy. I like to keep my credentials in the storage via integrations, but if it comes to automations, I like the YAML stuff. But that's personal preferences, right? But for the UI, I never liked the UI editor somehow. As in, it is really useful. It's really good. That's not a problem, but it's just I fail to see the whole picture. Maybe that's my problem. For me, as a system as a whole. I don't know. Took me 10 times restoring for Snapshot before I finally were moving from Pi to VM on Windows. Yeah, there's your problem. And now I have to edit the automation by hand. I get that. That sucks, mate. Still need to figure out power cycle of the sun to bring my Z-Wave dongle back up. I'm not sure. You should try the UI more, could help you to improve it. Maybe. True. This time no red, never. With your critical view. I'm sorry. The fan on the UI's official PO head will never turn on. With only has.io on Raspberry Pi. I don't think it's supported yet. I don't know. Why do you need like a command to turn on a fan? A fan should be on a Pi. I don't know. I have no experience with those hats. Hey, should I exchange the rename entities everywhere? Yes, you should. Okay. I reached the bottom. I reached the bottom. Almost. UI will only get better over time. Absolutely, I agree. I'm not like saying the UI is bad. I think the UI is great and stuff. But it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's my coder mind, or maybe it's just like not fundamental. Maybe I should just like try. Maybe that's the try. What else? That's what else. Long contrast is to resubscribe. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, boy. I cannot decide whether to watch you on YouTube or right here. I think Twitch has a better streaming quality in general. I like Twitch more compared to YouTube. If you're just watching videos, YouTube is the way to go. If you're just like going streaming, I think Twitch is a way better platform for streamers and streaming and watching streamers. So I like Twitch in general, but that's personal, right? Bjorkfin, Thank you so much for subscribing YouTube.
And please throw in the chat, let me know, do you like cats or dogs?
Okay. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Question. What's a good tablet to run on the wall? I don't know. I heard a lot about those Fire tablets. Maybe that's a thing. Or else ask Adonalux. He's in the chat. He has a tablet for you. It's a damn decent, nice thing. And it will, like... You could buy something else for it as well, for that amount. At last I got a live stream. Good man, good to see you. This must be the first time I catch you live. That's kind of cool. Like, stream on a different day and new people come in. That's kind of nice. Which do you think is a better setup? Listen for all ZSH. I did not say Siri. Listen for all ZSH events. ZHA events. Filter them and assign them to functions, or listen to... I'm not sure. This is probably an app daemon question. Fire tablets are garbage! There you go. So Fire tablets is not the thing. I would, I don't know. I probably would buy... I don't know. I really don't know. If you have an advice for me, what is good, maybe I should buy one sometime. Which conditions within action was easier to figure out a more visual sequence from the UI? True. Your problem is probably more in what can I do with conditions and which conditions can I use. And that's where the devices stuff come in, right? So yeah. Get a mega pad 24-inch. There we go. Okay, let's switch to my desktop. Let's check out what I have right here. Yeah? Here we go. Oh, let me open up one screen before I do. And I can show you a bit of what I have done. This means I can type in my password safely. I didn't prepare anything, as you can tell already, right? Dum bum bum. Cast to Google Home Hub. Yeah, that's a possibility. Okay, let's switch. Here we go. How do I do? There's a button somewhere. Where's my button? No, that's the wrong button. I need a scenes button and then to my desktop. Here we go. Here's my desktop. I hope you guys can see though. If things go off screen, please tell me, since I'm now streaming in 16:9, like much requested, 16:9 aspect ratio. So that's kind of cool. But that means that if I maximize screens, it goes off screen. So that's kind of fucked up. So my screens are manual, positioned at a place on my screen where I know it will show up or something. Yeah, and then I need to push this button. So already set and go. Welcome to my desktop, by the way. We're looking at my new system. This is Proxmox. I switched to Proxmox. So previously, for who have been watching me before, I used a laptop. So I had an old HP Notebook Pro thingy, I don't know, one, which was a bargain, like really a bargain. And that thing that run my home system, and it was actually really perfect. It was an Ubuntu install with Hasio on it, and a running Home Assistant and a bunch of add-ons. So that was really nice. It actually was perfectly fine, and there was no reason for me to take it down. However, since I'm doing much more development nowadays, and more testing, I bought like a pretty decent server. Thank you so much, Hayfik, for the follow. You're now officially a Home Assistant homie. And please let me know in the chat, do you like cats or dogs, sir? I want to know. So I got one of these machines, and it's a pretty decent machine. It's let me see, where can I find the specs? Somewhere here, summary. It's an AMD Ryzen 7, 8 core, total of 16 CPUs for the virtual machines, and it has 64 gigabytes of memory. And I put in 2 of those NVMe thingies from Samsung, from a terabyte, so I should have decent enough of space. So yeah, that's what I've been running. I run a couple of machines, like my development machine. I run my code machine and add-ons development. I run HasOS and HasIO on Linux separately for testing add-ons and other things. I'm running dev instances of the HasIO supervisor and stuff. Some GitLab stuff. Leonard, thank you so much for subscribing, man. That's appreciated. That's cool. Psionic, thank you so much for subscribing as well. That's appreciated. Please let me know in the chat, guys. Do you like cats or dogs? I'd like to bring up a topic, a few things, interwebs recording, Dutch smart electricity meters. And nothing to be found for Belgium ones. There's a PR open for Belgium ones, guys. There's a DSMR for Belgium energy meters is open on Home Assistant. I think it's nearly hitting its finished point. So it might be in the next release of Home Assistant. Oh lordy, how many VMs are you running here? Oh well, that's not much. I have plenty of space left, so I can still go further. I used about half my memory. And the CPU is like doing nothing. Really nothing. Is your script install Home Assistant still up to date? Yeah, sure. Work provided server? No, this is my own machine. Dude, I need to get such a Let's Encrypt hoodie. Nice, right? Oh, this side. That's cool, huh? Not sure if this improves it, but yeah, it's a Let's Encrypt hoodie. I'm really thankful I got one. That's really cool of those guys. Just got here. What did I miss? Nothing, Piston. Like dogs. You like dogs? Snoop Dogg is in the house, yeah. Thank you for subscribing, mate. Encrypted when the hoodie is on. Okay. So this is my home system. I gave my... Whoa, it's using tons of memory. Not sure why. Maybe figure out once. Okay. But this is my home system. I give it 16 gigabytes of memory and 6 CPU cores, and good luck. Let the thing run. So this is my HasIO system. I run the GitLab of the QEMU agent on the thing. I use Cloud Init to provision it, and I'm happy with it. This is fine. This is what it runs.
So, Frank, what does it look like? What does it look like?
This is what it looks like right now. Maybe I should zoom in a bit for the stream. Let's make it 3 columns. Here we go. So what I did, I reinstalled it. It's a Debian Linux, by the way. I run the generic Linux installer. Did some magic I like. And basically it's here. I copied... Are you kidding me? Thank you, Peter. So basically what I did, I copied over my old configuration from my old machine. And I renamed all the files with .disabled in the end. So instead of .yaml, it would be .disabled. And that means my configuration doesn't work. So I could slowly enable things like by renaming things and slowly work up a system that works again. You like cats, sir? Thank you so much. Here you go. Yeah, cats. Okay. Only use ma'am is good, ma'am. That's true. What OS did you use? I use Debian. How can I unseen what I'm seeing? I don't know. Cats, by the way. So, I connected all the stuff. Like most of the stuff. And I've been busy. I've actually like reconnected like most of the things. Not everything yet, but most of the things are in here right now. And this is the automated like Lovelace UI. So this is just weird. But this is the little fella. Is he sleeping? Ah. Okay, so this is the automated UI. And, well, yeah. How many entities are this? I have no idea. Did you see Dr. C's attempt to clean this up as config? I heard about it. I had no time to look into it. Maybe I should like put it on my second screen and watch it like on the background for, I don't know, while coding or something. But I definitely bookmarked it. I want to look at it. The cat has a matching hoodie. Aww, a Let's Encrypt cat. How many entities? I don't know. It was a bit of a fail for the dog. Hope he get it working. Really? You didn't manage to get it working? That's a bummer. But yeah. So this is my entities list. Let's see. Somebody asked how many. How do you do that? I think I think, yeah, 321 currently. Entity register, that could be done as well. But this is the number of states registered in my system at this point. And I have not connected everything yet. I still have a bunch of things like on my desk. And I got a lot of door and window sensors that are not connected yet. I even reset my Zigbee network. So, yeah. A bunch of remotes and still got some lights on you. They are in though, but yeah. Okay. I have two. Okay. I can't remember how I did stuff, so I never need to start fresh install. I would be screwed. Okay, so what I ended up doing, so how I started, I just went in here and I took a look at every single entity that was provided. So if we go here to settings, integrations, and if I would pick a random thing like this thing here, I will go in and make sure they have all like the correct name and make them all like the correct entity ID and make them all be in an area. So my naming scheme is area, then the name of the thing, and if there are multiple, it's 1, 2, 3. In this case are 3 light spots in the bathroom ceiling. So that's why there are 3 of them. The naming, all the stuff is on the right. Oh, that's the new suggestion stuff. Cool. So I made sure everything was named the same. So if I go into ESP Home right here, this is the garage washing machine. So garage is the area. I prefix it. I did all the same with all the freaking entities. All entities. I went through them one by one and made sure they all had like a proper name that matches the naming scheme. So I know how to find every single entity in my system just by knowing the area, and I could, and then the thing I'm looking for. But I can filter down any list just by just like typing part of it. $445. Way to go, Hammercam. Starting from scratch would be nice. It's pain. Stage count 727. Jesus, 665. Man, you guys have something going on there. Does ESP Home recognize the device set up on your old system if you reinstall? Yes. Depends, but yes, if you put the backup back, yes. Do you have smart shower lights? No, I do have one light in the shower. It's an IKEA light, just an IKEA bulb, thread free, of course. So it's on a Zigbee. It's one of those ceiling lights in the bathroom. And you used to have 0 before you dived in and started using the system. I remember the first video. Yeah, I didn't have Home Assistant in the first months I streamed, actually. My first streams didn't. Yeah, there was a home assistant setup, which was a freezable machine just for add-on building, but it was not used. Do you already found an automated curtain? Nope. Renaming entity is PETA. Yes. And the only way to solve it is to just go in and do it. Hey Fac, thank you so much. Here we go. Yeah, boy. That's appreciated. Be nice if we'd suggest names like to start with. Yeah, maybe. Intimate Tech. Are you using substitutions in ESP Home? No, I'm not. And there's one reason, not because I do not like them. I like the substitution stuff, but I think if, like, I put my config on GitHub for people to see, and I think the substitutions add like an extra difficulty for people to understand. So I removed that part. I do not use it for that reason alone, actually, which is maybe a bit stupid. What's the reason for reinstall? I switched my system, and I thought, why not? And it was the stupidest thing ever, because I already spent 2 days to get to this state where everything is connected and working and is proper named. I really thought the naming was important to do. So yeah. Don't you put numbers if you only have one, like future proof? I can just rename them. If I need to change it in the future, I can just rename it. I'm using a lot of templates too at Frag. Yeah, I wish, I really wish, and that's stupid to say because I now work for the freaking project, but I wish I could do like templates with unique identifiers or something that, or at least right now there's no way to get like the, I have a naming scheme, right? So my naming scheme is like everywhere it's the same thing, right? Everywhere you go, it looks the same. And if I make a template, I have to make the name of the template in such a way that the entity ID that results is nice. But then it doesn't look good in the UI. So what I end up doing if I make a template is that I also create a customization to fix the naming, the friendly name. And that just kind of hurts. So I try to avoid them for that reason. It helped me a lot to write some configs. Noise component for baby monitoring, I don't know. Okay, home assistant question. How do you work around scenes? Always including a wall device. I don't know. I do not use scenes. So maybe somebody can tell. This is something I really want to look into as well. I have never used scenes. I wish I could do entities. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. The icons will help remember what the button does. Yeah. So if you go look to my config here, right here, and maybe I should like plus it a bit. Can I make it a little bit bigger? I think I can. So as you can see, I disabled all bunch of things. Like the file names are still disabled. So I actually have, I think I have 0 automations at this point. There's nothing in here, and there's nothing enabled on the folders. All is .disabled. And I didn't copy everything. Because, I don't know. Oh, set default. Oh no, it's disabled as well. Some input boolean stuff. InfluxDB is still disabled. I need to fix InfluxDB. My media player is still disabled. Xiaomi is still disabled. I think I should remove it. I'm not using it in this setup. Maybe I don't know. The gateway would be a nice nightlight in the upstairs hallway. I think. Could be. So these are my integrations. Lovelace is disabled. This is my old Lovelace UI, which will probably break in many fashions and many ways. I've disabled it to trigger the automated like UI, which we're looking at right here. Here we go. And yeah, that's the point. What was I saying? What was I doing? I already forgot. It's going well tonight. Are you going to set up the product mark component? I haven't tried yet. Maybe I should. And you all have the right naming convention. Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent naming convention. The nice thing is though, because you do not want to end up with like these names everywhere in UI, right? So I should make some light groups and stuff. But later on, if you just go into, how do you explain it? So if you make your Lovelace interface, you probably make like, this is already a bathroom like card, right? So there's no need to have bathroom written right here. Actually, it would be awesome. I know Ian is in here. It would be awesome if the first part could be stripped off if the name of the card is the same as the, but that's the way Apple does it. But in Lovelace, you can actually give the entity a different name in the UI. So that's a Lovelace property and Lovelace setting. So I make the naming scheme inside Home Assistant recognizable even if I do not see the light itself. So if I go into the states, like just the developer states, I can still recognize the devices and where they are. If I have like, I have a ceiling light in the kitchen, I have a ceiling light in my bathroom, I have a ceiling light on my bedroom. How do I know the difference if they are all called ceiling? So that's why I prefix them. AFK shower. Okay. Guys, just so you know, Undunlux is taking a shower. He will be with you momentarily. Okay. What the hell is that? Database. See you live for the first time now too. That's cool, Pascal. Like your work. Thank you, mate. The add-ons are really helping me. That's good to hear. I moved Hasso back from A6i to Raspberry Pi. My DL380 Gen 8 server was draining my wallet. Actually, my new server is connected right here. And I know its power usage somewhere here. This is already becoming a problem, right? Here we go. This is currently what it's using. Which is pretty fine by me, consider when it runs. What is your house using for power consumption? I can check. Somewhere in here, there's something for my house. House. Currently, I'm using 615 watts. That's my current power consumption. And I use 15 kilowatt hours today, almost 16, which is pretty much for me though. Luke, thank you for the follow, man. That's appreciated. This fresh install is stressing me out. Why is it stressing you out, Ian? That's interesting. Why? Feel free to sit. Okay. Why is he spamming? I don't know. I never checked out. What determines the ordering, for example, of lights in the standard UI, not Lovelace? This is Lovelace, by the way. This is the auto-generated Lovelace that was designed to look and behave a bit like the old stage UI. So this is Lovelace, actually. But the ordering, it's grouping. It's grouping by area and then tries to make, I don't know, something out of it. And some things I actually do not know the details of the logic. I should not try to explain. But it does something by area. So everything you see in here are areas. So I made sure everything was put inside an area. That's one of the first things I did, actually. I created all the areas. All the areas I could think of. And like a bit special is maybe an area for me and my girlfriend. So Daphne and I have our own area. And the reason why I did that is because I have devices with me, like my iPhone, which is kind of hard to put in an area. But I was a bit OCD, so I thought, it must be in an area. the stuff, everything must go in an area, right? So I created my area because this thing is always with me, so it's an area around me where this thing will be. So I figured, let's make a Frank area. And that also takes care of the grouping in the generated UI, so that was a bonus extra. But yeah. Apple is lame, maybe, I don't know. The gateway started randomly talking Chinese and freaked me out. I can get it, Mitch. That's the Xiaomi gateway. It can talk some Chinese all of a sudden, and then what the hell? Or you get one of those push messages on your phone, right? And then what the hell are they sending me? I think it's an offer or something, or maybe I'm hacked, or maybe they're telling me my house is on fire. I don't know. But that thing, yeah. What's the best way to separate out your config files? And do they get enabled in a snapshot? In my case, they're in a snapshot. Everything in a config folder is just in a snapshot. How you structure your config folders is up to you. I did a video once, like months ago, maybe in a half year or something, about structuring your configuration and an alternative approach. Might be interesting to look because it's like totally different. Well, it isn't anymore since a lot of people copied it since ever. But you can, like, there are now like 3 main approaches. Mine approach, the packages approach, and the monolith file shite. I don't know. It's what you like. You can structure the way you like. Oh man, I'm going to scroll by a bit. What do you use to monitor your power consumption? My energy meter, I can plug in. It has a serial port, which is awesome. It's a smart meter. Every home in the Netherlands will have a smart meter. And you can just plug it in. It's open spec. You can just plug it in. It's a serial port, and you can get data from it, live data. Almost as much entity as you, Frank. 315. Wow. Most of them are network device trackers. Oh, I do not have any trackers. 50 watt is fine. Mine was draining 150. Yeah. $5,500 kilowatt is pretty expensive. Yeah. I have around the same amount I collect with my solar panels. So, it's not that expensive. Oh man, you will be reading chat all day. Looks like it. How do you measure total house consumption? It's with a tone component, which I rewrote for Home Assistant. And it's plugged into my energy meter. Ordering looks alphabetical, zone names could be. And what with a W at the end? I can't get DSMR to work on my Ubuntu laptop. Uh-oh. Nope, no suggestions. Never tried myself. Okay. Is there a way to have child areas? Like one floor, etc.? No, you mean sub areas or something? No. You cannot. Okay, so this is my system as it is right now. And I'm not sure where to start yet. I have to fix all the automations. Oh, guys. I have to fix all the automations. I definitely have to do something with UI. I think I have a couple of sensors to fix. Like the naming. Most of it is good now. So I'm not sure where to start at this point, actually. What do you guys think? Where should I start? Automations? Like do some like simple things, reinstate some things. The thing that goes to my mind, and this is going to be cumbersome to make, but what goes to my mind, and I think I talked about it before, is I want to use the inputs. I'm thinking of using a shit ton of input entities. And the reason for this is because I want to create, in the end, I want to have like a configuration panel somewhere in the UI, in Home Assistant, where I can just put in times and turn things on and off, like a settings control panel for my automations. And if I write everything down inside like the automations hardcode times, which I did before, so like right now, and I played around with this, so it should be already in my configuration somewhere. So, for example, here we have the offset of the sunset. And what annoys me at this point, and I'm not sure how I would put this in an input thingy because it's a negative time. But let's say we have things with times or thresholds and stuff. I think those things, the thresholds and times and stuff, should move into like an input thingy. So I can make like a panel with all the settings on it, like toggles for automations that I could somehow at some point turn on and off, but also has settings for tweaking automations right in my UI. Oh, you could see the power consumption of a machine. I use these. These little plugs. These are the camera finds it awkward. It's a go zoom plug. It's an, what is it called? It's the SP1 go zoom. And these are Tuya based plugs, which I flashed with Tuya Convert, and they're running ESP Home. So that's one of the things that's working as well, ESP Home. Some smart meters can be reached with software-defined radio. Yeah, that's true. Not mine. Do you have documentation? No, my Git repo is public, but it's my old setup. And part of it. Can you get neighbors? Learn scenes and teach us. I'm not sure if I need scenes at this point. I should have automations first. Yeah, I have input number and time offsets for negative input boolean. Oh boy, I do not want to have another boolean to determine if it's plus or minus. Bless you. Okay. Input fields. Would be nice as an inspiration if that could be created via the UI. Yeah, that would be nice. Good. My documentation has about 20 pages. The only documentation I have is my network documentation. And I lost my network plan file somehow, so I recreated my network plan file this weekend. Figured out all the VLANs, all the ports, which LANs are on, which VLANs are activated on each port, which cable goes to where, which device is on which port, and which IP numbers are mapped throughout like my network, because I lost my network plan, which was like a half day of work. Good joy. I think someone is on it. You think? Why do you think? Something is happening. There's a lot of stuff going on, guys. Like, yeah. Input numbers with sliders to vary the automation times from the UI. Oh, I do not want to set a time with a slider. You want to set a number with a slider, not a time. That doesn't make sense. How do you not understand how this is stressing me out? You blew it all up. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, mate. Okay. Time to get some automations going. I think automations. I should do automations. Let's do an automation. Let's do an automation. Let's start with automations here. And the most basic thing. Let's close them all. Automations. Area. That's because I thought it would be a good starting port for learning conflict flows. I don't think so. It's not like a standard component, and I do not think, to be honest, if that should be a configuration flow, to be honest. Aren't you a front-end guy? He is a front-end guy. All my automations are Node-RED, just works the way my brain does. Yeah. Node-RED does not work as my brain does, so that's an issue. Let's start with the attic. I have a ventilation system on the attic. It does require me to have the bathroom sensor available. Is that available? Yes. This is my bathroom sensor. Humidity. I have a central ventilation box on the attic. And that's this one. Doesn't make sense for me yet. I'm not sure where to start. I should start simple. Let's start with a living room. Here we go. Let's start with a living room. That's way easier. And should I use like more of the... I'm not doing input UI. Brum likely will. Probably. This is so weird. What is the first automation you create which is useful? But not like stupid. Outside. Let's start with the garden lights. Should turn on when it's sunset. We start in the garden. That's easy. I can see the garden. And nobody will have a problem if it doesn't work. It doesn't work anyway right now. So this, I feel this should be like a variable. Because it's like freaking everywhere. So when it gets dark outside, the garden light should turn on. But I feel like this thing should be like, I don't know. How can I like make this a trigger which I can like not recode constantly over and over again? Damn son, smoke weed. Smoke weed every day. Can you stretch a bit? I cannot make it much larger or else I cannot see it. Look here. Sun elevation trigger. Alcatraz UK, thank you so much, mate. That's appreciated. Yeah, boy. Yeah, cool. This, I understand. Thank you for linking that, Serenity. Nevertheless, my point is not like, I don't care which value I set here. The point is, I split my automations per area, right? So I have like an area for each area. I created a folder, and I will create like probably the sunset automations in multiple folders in this case. How do I prevent like repeating this block over and over again? I do not want to... If I want to adjust this, I do not want to go through, I don't know how many automations. I want to adjust this on one place. And this is just one example. I will have this on many other places and locations. I'm sure we all have tons of automations that contain like the same stuff over and over again. So how would we handle that? YAML anchors have to be in the same file. Yes, that's correct. So that won't not work. I made a sort of very basic state machine. Like a secret. Like a secret, for example. Yeah, a secret is a good example. However, I do not want to misuse my secrets file. But yeah, something like a secret. And you have the enforce, which will work as well, but a bit a pain in the butt with has.io, right? Yeah, secrets. Secrets is kind of like the thing I'm looking for, right? Is there an option to include like PHP? No. Set custom booleans with different offsets. Constants like secrets, yeah. That would be cool, right? If you have like some files with all kinds of constants in it, like snippets or things you could include or refer to. That would be nice. Would make the YAML life much easier. Isn't there like there's a custom component for variables, I think. I think I heard about it once. Home Assistant custom variables. There is, but you would still be repeating your YAML. Depends on what the variable can contain. I use it for climate effects. Yeah, this is what I want to avoid, like making this my variable file, actually. It has a service for setting them. Okay. So it's actually a state machine. It's in the state machine. So you would have to get them out constantly. Oh man, how elegant would it be if you could just like exclamation mark far and then a name and it would like work. And then have like a farce option and that just loads and it does nothing. It's just not in a state machine, it just loads and... For minutes states input bathroom fan off. Yeah, that works with an input number, but that's the delay. That I can live with, though. Wondering the same thing, funny. Much easier to solve with AppDaemon. No, I want to solve it not with third-party tools. Needs almost love integrated automations. Look at Lovelace Gen, no. I like to solve things like in Home Assistant itself. I know there are a lot of things available outside. I could generate YAML. I could program something to generate YAML. I don't know. There are tons of options here, but I want to do it with the scope that everybody has. Just Home Assistant, actually. Maybe input select. For example, sunset -50. That's an idea, do it. Would be nice if you create trigger templates that can be referred to in automations. Yeah, maybe. But this is just string. A state is always a string. You will always be converting this stuff. That's for sure. That sucks. Nevertheless, it's a template. So as long as it's a template, it is always a string. So numbers are getting lost. I'm not sure. This is just like creating an empty template, right? This is just like injecting stuff into just expose an extra service. This is not like... I could just as well use an input text. It will do the same thing. Why would I use this? Interesting. Okay, let's forget about it. Garden sunset. Platform sun, sunset, offset -15 seems about right. Circadian lightning. Did I enable that thing already? I did, but I did not enter one for the outside. Do I need one outside? Yes, I need one outside, so let's fix that. Entities. Switches. It's still disabled. Let's enable it. Lighted garden wall. Does it exist? Yes. Does it work? It works. Okay, lighted garden wall. Garden wall, it has been renamed correctly. It has the right icon, so that's cool. So that's the circadian lightning, and we have the automation. If I turn on the lights, I want to turn on circadian lightning. Yeah, that's probably a stupid term. I think he has an automation on how you can, if you guys don't know what it does, it just this thing just takes a light and then changes the color of the light during the day. That's the idea. I remember something in the wiki. I thought, well, that might be helpful, which is setting the correct light instantly from turn on. Here we go. So do I have this like circadian sensor thingy? Yes, I have. Okay. Oh, this can be copy paste. Thank you. It's in data template. Okay. Let's copy the whole shebang. This is ugly. How do you format this? Like so? I think I have one in bedroom Flynn. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Missing comma between flow collection entries? What is he bitching about? Why is this wrong? Indenting? That's it. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. This circadian lightning sensor actually adds circadian lightning at the end. Or prefixes it with circadian lightning. That was it. So if I call my sensor Garden Circadian Lightning, it will actually rename it to, let's see, the whole already has it. Like I have whole Circadian Lightning, and it makes Circadian underscore lightning underscore whole underscore Circadian Lightning. I gave the freaking thing a name. Why are you messing with me? What I'm going to do about this is strip this off, I guess. There goes my naming schema. I hate when people do that. And the question is why? If I give it a name, could you just respect it, please? Here we go. So now we have the entity ID. This is the value. And this is the switch. I don't get it. Why does color temperature come from the sensor? The brightness percentage from the switch. Okay, hold on. I'm getting cold.
Play blank blank 182, lay around the house and daydream till the afternoon, thinking about the times that we had when this was all that we knew, when this song was still new, when this all was still new. We could play blank blank 182, summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon, laughing at our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons but loving
play blink, blink, 182. Drive around our cars and pretend that we never grew. Sneak out of the house every night. We were young and confused. We never made curfew. There was too much to do. We could play blink, blink, 182. Chasing all our drinks with Red Bull and Mountain Dew. Hangover so bad we would sleep until the morning was through. Yet start again cause we knew that there was nothing to lose.
That we can never go back to this. And as we grow, we'll look back and miss all it. Cause we'll leave this town, we'll leave this home, and find life, love our very own. But we can play blank, blank, 182.
We could play blink, blink, 182. Summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon, laughing at our own jokes, acting like they
Sorry about that, back again.
Stream still work? Yes. Just started my home assistant journey. Good thing, mate. Moving house in a few months, so I'm going to have plenty of meantime. What sensors would you recommend to start off? I would go with a lot of Zigbee, personally. I think Zigbee is something you definitely should have in general, because they're cheap sensors, a lot of sensors, and you can definitely place it almost everywhere. So I should definitely pick that as a base, to be honest. Light goes from warm to white light, yes. But you don't need Circadian, actually monitors all the lights by itself. Sure, however, if you do not have this thing, this data template, what will happen? The light will turn on, will be on its state it was, and then Circadian lighting kicks in to change it again. So if you turned on a light that was last on during like the night, and then it would be the day, you would see it like jump. And the other way around as well. So if you go in by night and you turn it on, it will not be soft and warm. It will just be bright first and then turn down, which is not so good, I guess. So this is a way around that. This is a way to turn on the light instantly with circadian values, and then it will take over. So that's kind of cool. What happens to the Android app? It grows, mate. What extension is that colors indenting? It's rainbow indent. Am I the only one that ran to answer their phone? I did also, yeah. Do you keep 110 HA users in suspense? I don't know. I just sit here. So this should turn it on. Then, when the alarm gets armed, as this one, it should turn it off. So this can be restored. Alarm armed. Alarm panel home. Is that existing? Yes, it's disarmed by me. Okay. Armed away to armed home. One of the two. Then it will turn off. But it should also turn off. What the hell are you doing? It should also turn off the circadian lightning. What the hell is this? Switch.turn off it is. Why is this debug console popping up constantly? It has an error, right? Why is it doing that? Thank you for the follow, by the way. That's appreciated. Why is Visual Studio popping up as output console? VS Code pop up output console, make it stop. Hoppa. Nice to see you struggle with the same things I have. The behavior of the terminal. Reveal. Few integrated terminal commands. No, it's not a terminal. So it's a plugin that causes this? Let's make it really small. That's fine. Turn off. Is switch dot Circadian, which is not in yet. Garden, and that should go first. So turn off the Circadian lightning and turn off the wall light when the alarm gets armed. New file. Alarm disarmed. Disarmed. Turn on the lights when it is after sunset. Okay. Disarmed, just a state, right? Disarmed. Yes, it is. So this would need a condition, right? So the condition is actually the same as sunset, right? So how would you determine if it's after sunset? It's nice to see you struggling with some of the same hassles I have. Ctrl-Alt-Delete will kill task. That will not work on a Mac. I'm on a Mac, by the way, in case you didn't notice. You're looking just as angry at the screen as I do. Lol. The guy who developed that add-on must suck, probably. I hate him. Be hello, Horizon. Would be nice to get this VS Code on my end too. Hey, Pascal. You're pushing. No, you're not pushing. It's here. Got it. Still need to patch my network. I'm so sorry. I will do it tomorrow, I promise. Like, patch the network and boot it up. So how would I know if it's... Like, how would the condition work? Like, this is the trigger. I do not want to trigger. I want to know this as a condition. Can I... I would have to take a look at the sun, right? So sun.sun, it's below horizon. Is that enough? It's enough, it's close enough. Yeah, sure. But what are the values for sun? Above and below. Okay, that's easy. That is easy. So for disarming the alarm, let's say I get out of bed at night or I come home late at night. I want to make sure the entity sun.sun is below horizon. So if I disarm the alarm, I get home and the condition of the sun is below horizon, it can turn it on. Just like here. Turn on the garden lights. Does this make sense? Decons has a detailed sun. That's true, it does have a detailed sun. I need to upgrade, by the way. Which has a decons fix. But I do not expose it, I think. Is that a clip sensor? No. Oh, daylight, here it is. Sensor.daylight. Yeah, that's... But then we have a lot of states to check. Let's not. Let's not. Let's just keep it like this. So right now, if I come home or, I don't know, out of bed at night, and I will come downstairs and disable the alarm, and it sees the sun is below the horizon, it will turn on the lights outside with circadian lighting. That's pretty nice, actually. And when I arm it, it will turn it off. However, if I'm not at home and it turns dark, I can keep off the garden lights. There's no one that is able to look at it. So that would be the same condition right here, right? So on sunset, I can have the condition that the alarm has to be disarmed in order to turn them on in the first place. Does that make sense? I should rewrite this in like a style like so. That makes more sense. I should do this before writing an animation. That should do the trick, right? Your light will still turn on when the alarm is armed. Why? State, not to. Not sure where you're referring to, Kevin. Can you tell me which file? State. You're totally right. Thank you so much, Kevin. Surely circadian lighting would mean the light is off at night. It's following the sun. Sure. You can have after offset in condition. Really? There is some documentation on automations. It's not documented though. Oh, here. Nice. Thank you so much for subscribing, Andrew. That's appreciated. So I can use the same offset after offset. Is it then after or before? It's after offset. Why is the format differently? Well, I'm fine with what I have now. It's okay. Okay. This makes sense, right? When we go out, the lights go off. When I get home, the lights will go on. If I'm home, the lights will go on. This way, the local thief will know when you're in or not. Yeah, luckily my system is connected and stuff. It's fine. I'm happy with it. How do you turn off on the alarm with the alarm panel? Secret before sunset. I'm not going to use secrets for variables. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Although I like yours, I'm going to add the after offset. Okay, let's do it. Armed. Okay, let me check if it's okay now. I'm checking my configuration off screen. See if there are any errors. T. I think it's broken. Wow.
Did it again.
Holy shit, thank you so much. Hey hun, how do you do? God. Ninja strike. Hi hun, how do you do?
Dat was funny. Hi Skat.
Hi. What do you use to check the config? The console? Whiplash, really, yeah. So my configuration is full of shite now. I'm not sure what it is doing. I cannot see my full log somehow. And it takes ages. I'm going to try again. So I use just the hasio command line via SSH to check. So hasio check, hasio HA check. That's the command I put into the system. But since it can like fail as it did right now, it will show the whole configuration, including resolved secrets, which is not something I would like to show on stream. Extra keys after offset is not allowed. Because the condition is not sun? After sunset. That should do the trick, maybe. Now, what really sucks is it shows your secrets in the debug log. So I cannot do it on stream, because if I do and I make a configuration typo, it will just like spit out all my secrets. And I had it before. I had it on my stream. I acted like nothing happened. I quit my stream early that day and I started like taking and changing all my secrets. Oh boy, you got a power play ball.
For horses.
So she got herself a power play ball for the horsey.
Voetballen met paarden, hoe cool is dat?
Okay. Command completed successfully. Okay, let's restart it. Okay, that should fix the garden. What should I do after this? Let's do the hallway. The motion sensor I have right here, so that makes it easy to play and test with, actually. Should have thought of that earlier. A negative offset feels weird. It changed it to before. Yeah, that's correct. I wanted to have it a bit before it. What sensor is that? This is a Xiaomi, they call it a body motion sensor, which is a weird name because it's sensitive as hell, so even a fly would trigger it, but it's a motion sensor. Xiaomi, it's about $8 or something. I like them. I really want to make a video and blog about how you can tune these things. You can actually play with them. But yeah, I like them. I know you recommend either Pine or Android on Pi 4. I also have 6 cams. I do not recommend to use cameras with those devices. Yeah, those devices are not made for video processing. You can't get them tuned. Depends on what tuning you want. You cannot tune the sensitivity. There's no way to change the sensitivity besides some Scottish tape. Like a little bit transparent. You can change like the window a bit, but nah. Update available. I know. Okay. So I should have the circadian lighting now. And I should have automations, right? This is not correct though. They are named the same. I didn't name it correctly. Garden alarm. This is the disarmed. Okay. Looks cool. The naming is still off. I should fix the naming as well. Should I fix the naming instantly now? Probably. Then it's instantly good, right? The naming for automations is a bit weird. How would the name be clear as an automation? Where did you buy those sensors? AliExpress, actually. And they work with the decons stick, so that's kind of nice. Isn't there before offset then? No. Tune Xiaomi, you can. Yeah, there's a bit, but it's not much. You cannot change like sensitivity. Right? Or are you teaching me something new, guys? If you know how to set the sensitivity on these things, please let me know. For sure. I tried to trigger to work faster, but no luck. You can't change trigger and sensitivity on the per body sensor. You can change the trigger time, the re-trigger time. It's by default a minute or 30 seconds, but you can change it to 5. There's a trick for that. DMLX, I think you're in the wrong place for those questions. I could tell you, but that's not what I'm doing right now, so... What kind of light bulbs do you use? All kinds of stuff. I got homemade WLED lights, like actual lamps made with WLED. Like pulling out all the internals and putting LED strips in. I got Yi lights. I got IKEA thread free, which I'm pretty happy with. So yeah. They do have a light sensor in HA, right? I do have a light sensor in here. So use that as a condition. How do you guys do that? Because if you have a light sensor and you would turn on the light sensor would say it's light again, right? So how would that work? And these actually have an additional state. If I go to the hall, which is the sensor, where's my hall? It's a small one. Hall. It has a state called dark. What I do not like of this is that it is it's an attribute. So if I put it in my hand, will it turn true? I would expect this thing to update. I can cheat a bit. Yeah, now it says dark. So you guys are using... Oh, I see how you can use this. Right. Dark is true. Dark is false. So what makes a thing go dark and not? Like the number of locks. So would you go with locks, or how do you guys do this? I see. So you trigger only on a motion sensor if it's dark, or else... I use lux. And what is a good lux value to use? Like 7 or 10 lux? When do you call it dark with lux? Like, given the fact that these are probably not accurate at all, but... Five is fine for me. Anybody else? Are you guys using these things like to trigger based on... Lux depends on the sensor. Evening, by the way. Hey, Paul, how do you do? Okay. So then I need to find out, right? This one seems to be stuck on 7. So 10 is probably... My minimum is 100 lux. Below 100 is pretty dark. Let's say I would go for 50 for this sensor. Seems to be a fair value for right now as well. I can always tune it, right? Okay. Hall. So these are the motion lights on. And as you can see, I renamed the area. It was before called entrance. It's now hall. And we have to turn the light on when motion is detected. It is dark. Anything else? That's it, right? I use smaller than 15 lux since these sensors are not very accurate. Yeah. I've been looking at lux sensors for months. Might go for these. I have never used lux in my automations, so this is a first timer. How do you tell the main automation file that you have automation split in other files? I do not. I do not care about a main automation file. There's no main automation file for me. That's kind of the beauty of how I set it up, to be honest. I like the way I set it up because I can just drop in a file in the folder and type just like the automation, and it will pick it up. It will scan the folders and pick up all the automation files, smash it together and make one big configuration and feed it into a Home Assistant. What's the name of the Xiaomi sensor? Xiaomi body motion sensor thingy Aquara thingy Xiaomi body motion sensor Zigbee. Depends on where you look on AliExpress. How do you handle the dumb light switches in your house? They're just there, untouched. Okay. So when the whole motion sensor, is that thing still existing? If I renamed everything correctly after reinstallation, it should be. Yes. And it's on, because I have it in my hand here. Okay. Let's put it away. Condition. It's number failure or something? Numeric state. Does he know? No, it's sensor. Below 15? I think 20 or something. I think I will use a higher default. I'm going to for 50. I probably can drop it later. So that should turn them on. This doesn't make sense. Surface, switch, turn on. Entity ID is switch dot hall. Here we go. And now I want to do the same trick as I did with the garden. Instantly go to the right light. So that's sunset. Except this is light.hall ceiling. That should turn it on instantly to the correct brightness and color temperature. Yeah, that should do the trick. Lights off, rename though. Pow, pow. The main automation file is old. Probably. Example. Somebody sent me an example. Automatisch legt Küchen ein. Bewegungsmelder. Helligkeit Küchen. Oh, that's smart. You're even like turning it off, but this is for the motion. That's not a. That's okay. It's short-lived, but yeah. Wow, that is really smart actually. You trigger on startup. Pascal, that's smart. So if your automation didn't trigger, you make sure the automation will trigger on startup and then check the condition again. That's really smart actually. That will restore everything on startup. I never considered that. That's really cool. This is really cool. I should... That is really smart. Makes me think though. I have a system automation for the HomeKit start, which I do not use anymore. Waits till the Z-Wave network is ready. So the Home Assistant start. My issue with Home Assistant start would be... Home Assistant start is already done, while maybe everything is not initialized yet, right? So that might be an issue. Why are you reinstalling? I moved the system to a different system, and I thought it would be a nice opportunity to, well, reevaluate my setup and also make sure everything works correctly, and also experience like a fresh setup from Home Assistant itself in the time now. I use different light settings based on the state of my home and children in bed. Yeah. That's smart. That's actually pretty smart. So let's go back in here. I like the way you do the on Home Assistant start trigger. I should like add it to like everything. But you have the conditions on two places now, right? And you have it from on to off. Right. I see where you're going with this. It was Home Assistant itself, right? Event start. And the condition right here . That's kind of a bit the idea in general. It's not like this is like the correct place to do it, but you trigger on different things and then might make a good condition. And you have an input boolean to set the auto hole and make that a property of turning it off and on. I like that one. But isn't it simpler to just disable the automation in this case? You have an input boolean, but this probably controls more automations. Yeah, it does. And you can trigger on the change. With an automation you can't. That's actually really smart. But the trick is to send an event and don't make a direct service call. So also different settings with the same automations because of a new condition, event listing before you call the light turn on. Yeah, you send an event, indeed. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's smart. So you make different events. And where is this event handled? That is smart. It would especially help for areas where you have like different things reacting to the same thing. Sure. Why events? Why not scripts if you want to reuse? Because you can add conditions again. Oh, that's smart. I like this. Which system do you use to include all these separate automations in one folder? Home Assistant. It has include tags. Steffi Bar, thank you for subscribing to YouTube. That's appreciated. You had an error with brightness on last automation, did I? Where? Yes, I did. Could you then have an automation triggered by HA start with a delay to trigger a self-made boolean? This boolean would then trigger desired automations? Yes, I guess. I have an automation setting as an input boolean to disable automations if I don't need it. Today, you can also disable automations to UI, so it's not direct needed. Yeah. That's kind of my thing, right? You can even group automations and turn off a whole group of automations. That's a nice way to use groups, by the way. I haven't used groups. I use light groups. I do not use groups. Why? Because I never figured out why. Because, well, the old UI, yes, sure. But in Lovelace, I never figured out a way to use groups. But for grouping and automations, it's actually pretty useful, since you could turn off like a group of automations at once. That's kind of nice. Never realized that. I'm learning today. So Home Assistant starts, it checks the condition. I've only used groups for automations. There you go. I never thought of... I always thought, what should I do with groups? Like switches? But most switches are for light controls in my home, so if I control those, I would convert them using a switch light template thingy, and then put them into a light group again. But I'm not going to make events right here because this is like the hallway. This is the only thing it does. There's a motion sensor, it will turn it on and off. That's about it. So there's not much going on here. So I will leave it like this. But I like the event start, which I'm also going to add to right here. But then I should add the thing as well. Oh, this makes me rethink everything I did before. Thank you, Pascal. Now I'm lost in my mind on where to go. Okay. Lights off. This is lights on, lights off. States if it changed from on to off, trigger. That's what I like about everything. I read so many configuration files, I look at so many things, and like to read blogs on what people do, and like to read Twitter on all the creative ideas. And me, I'm just like typing and coding and doing fun stuff, and actually never think about my own system that much. I think about organization, but I haven't, like, I don't know. Oh, I should add a transition to here. Does Luminance make sense here? Not at all. Well, that's bad. Have fun, have fun. You also need to trigger on light luminance because the luminance can change, but the state on correct. So this is a duplicate condition, right? This is an OR condition. Is there an OR condition? Condition or conditions, yeah. Makes sense. No, and. No, it's not and. The hell am I thinking? It's either one of the two. State. Yeah, I get it. No, I do not need this.
Stop the time, hold your breath. You're the only one I see. Taste your lips. You're the only high I need.
This makes no sense what I'm doing right now. I should write what I want. I want to turn on light when motion is detected. And it's dark. And the light is off, actually. Or else I do not need to trigger it. If it's on, I do not want to trigger it. So it's an AND. So the original condition applies. But as default, it is an AND, right? By default, it is an AND. So I do not need it in an OR state. Does this thing send events? If it becomes dark, for on you do not need to end to OR example, no. Yeah. Automatic aus. Nice. But you combine like you do not only do the motion, you combine all things in one template. That's actually really smart because it allows you to do more automations. So I could rename this to just whole lights on. Because motion is not the only factor in that case. That's the idea what you do. You combine. So it could be start. It could be a change in motion. Or it could be like you do. It could be a trigger as well. It could also be an automation you turn on. Can you actually, yeah, you can actually, can an automation monitor its own state? Like if you turn it on, that it will trigger. Could you do like itself?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello there, Robert Banano. State. Could you just do something like this? From off. To make it sure that if you enable the automation, it will trigger itself and ensure that it is like in a correct state. Have you ever considered Node-RED? Yes. The automation is simple and, but for the off or because motions or light brightness can turn off the light. Yeah. How do I get the auto completion working in the VS Code add-on? Install the Home Assistant configuration helper extension. The last condition is superfluous because if the lights on, lumens will always be higher than 50 probably. It's the only reason why I use input boolean. I never tried this, I don't know. We could see if it triggers, right? Let's just keep it in here. Let's see what it does. Would be fun if you set an automation, it could trigger itself. Self-triggering automation. If it's on, it's off. This is a good practice. This is like good practicing in making automations for myself, that is. Okay. So let's say, let's pick up this one. Let's split it to the right. Let's hide the. Okay, this is on. Both is on. Where's my off? I should rename it. Hold on. Okay, so we have on and we have off, right? So basically it gets the same things. Basically it gets the same things. Except it will be above. From on to off, 10 seconds. It would be so weird if this actually would work. If it could trigger on itself. Should be possible though. Okay. The condition is that the motion is off. Or this is where it gets interesting. So this is a condition. Or conditions where condition, the numeric state of an entity ID sensor the Hall luminance is above 50, or condition entity ID light.hall ceiling state is on, because we should only turn it off if it's currently on. But this is not an or. This is an and. Yes, the motion is off, or it's not. This is correct. So the light has to be on in order to turn it off, because I want to retain the state of the circadian lighting. And if the binary sensor goes off, or the lux jumps above, Then turn off the light. Does that make sense? I also have an event for... I had an event for alarm armed, but these can just go into here, into off, because I want to turn off the lights in hall if the alarm gets armed. So these are triggers. And this is the same trigger. These are the same conditions. Locks will be... You need to check if the on automation is enabled by off condition. Line 24 and off. Thank you. No. That's correct. If it turns itself on. You need to check if the automation is enabled by off condition. Why? This is the automation itself. This is correct. I don't get it. You need to check if the on automation is enabled by off condition. But this will not run if it's off. All motion is on, luminance is high, state is off. Whenever one of these happen, yeah, this will turn it off. I see what you guys mean. So I need to check. I already checked. This is a combination. Come here, the light is on. This turns the light on, it's on, so that means more lux. So it comes here, lights is on, it sees more lux, and it will turn the light off because this is one of the conditions. God. The light might not be above 50 lux. Probably not, but that's not something I want to work on. Wow, I missed a bunch of chat. That's the trigger, but the other can trigger the automation too. Yeah, that's why you need to add it to the condition. That's why you need to add the to condition. So there's a to condition on the luminance. But I have all two conditions. State from to, but this is from. That would make it more complete, but should not matter. State is off, but I have from to everywhere. It's from off, this will only trigger then. And that will fix it. I think it's correct though. Yeah, I see. Thank you. I think it's actually correct now. The same is for this arm here. Oh, hotkey not working. Highlighter would help. Yeah, this is not like the Visual Studio Code on my computer, so I cannot hook up the highlighter. I know I can normally hook up the highlighter. Line 21, entity. I don't see it. Line 21, look good. Use an offset between the on and the off lumens. Why? Okay, running a check. I learned some things today. That's cool. I should learn how to sort my automations, that's for sure. Like start large, then start with like home things. Oh, yeah. That's the one you meant, right? And before you know, you create like immensive. This will result in an on-off loop. Why? I don't see why. This one triggers, so it triggers the light to on. And I do not have any trigger in here that will do that. Except Luminance might trigger, but in that case, the light is on. And it triggers on that. Luminance sensor. But do I care at that point to actually make a condition out of this? Like if it goes above this luminance, no. Why am I struggling with this? If state is on luminance over 50, yeah, that I get. Try it, will either work or not. No, there is a bug in here, Gary. There is a bug in here. It's just that I'm thinking, okay, I want to turn it off on many occasions. But mainly if like it's light enough, I want to turn it off. And I want to be able to work on motion. But if it's on by itself, it could trigger the luminance. So if the light is let me check Pascal again. Küche aus. You have a condition. That's why you use the Boolean. Wait. Do you set a Boolean? Am I missing the Boolean? No. I'm not missing the Boolean. Don't you have the same problem, Pascal? Like in your case, it turns off. Or but it's really high. So in your case, it probably will not trigger, but you have the exactly the same thing in here. Below 50 and above to 60 to turn off. Yeah, but that's not a workaround. That's not... Like, what you actually want to know is, are you turned on by motion? Or are you turned on... So what can I do? Actually, I should not do this in a single automation. That's maybe my biggest problem. Like, luminance might be high, but it could still be motion. I'm lost. So luminance off needs to be based on sun and time as well. Yeah, you probably need an extra condition. You need an extra check. Why? Why? If it, you need to know why. If luminance is high, then you need to know why is it high. Is it high because we turned on the light, or is it high because it's daylight, which you do not know at this point? Where's the lock sensor located? In the hole. Close to the light. I'm definitely turned on. Luminance should come from a separate sensor. Yeah, for the off state, well, sun or something else. Thank you. Stir, good enough. Thank you for subscribing, man. Here we go. Thank you, mate. You can factor in the sun. Yeah, I should factor in a luminance sensor outside, actually. Damn, code faster. Nobody got time for this. Sorry, mate. Ignore lock sensor if the light is on, unless during the day. Define a different off trigger. Ignore lens side if the unless during the day. Define different off trigger than lock sensor. Yeah, just above below horizon. You can use light switches. that would save. That would work. Definitely. But this cannot be part of this OR condition. That's for sure. So condition should be an AND, which is the default, I guess. Not platform, condition. I could probably better do state. This should be part of the OR. It's not automation from Paulus, it's from Pascal. It's in the chat if you scroll up. Won't let me post a link. I'm sorry, mate. Sun sensor might not mean anything. No, I probably need an... let's be honest, in the hallway this doesn't matter. This is just for the sake of learning and thinking. But... probably it's best to have... I don't know. Line 53, 54 switch. 53, 54. Why are they switched? Oh yeah. Thank you. That should do it. That should at least prevent like all the switching stuff. Right? Agree? Oh. I solved this problem in automation added with multiple automations. The problem with having many automations, which I tried before, which I kind of liked because the automations are small and understandable, right? The problem with that is though, it's so easy for automation to conflict with each other, like unexpected behavior. If you make a lot of tiny automations, that just sucks. Like probably for this case, the hallway, it would not matter that much, and it's probably way easier to just use like a simple automation and maybe two and accept the conflict. But alarm conditions are still from. Oh, indeed. Well, it thought it was at least a valid config, so let's remove that. If it's back. I have C-Wave, so that always takes a bit longer. I guess that's fine. Yeah, it's additional data. It doesn't process it, probably. This is better. Okay. So let's see, how does it look? Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Okay. Where's my system at? Oh man. Okay, where's my hole? Hole. The whole ceiling is on. Let's turn it off. Motion is clear. It's just 11 locks. This should trigger on, right? It does. I use template automations, check some condition and call another automation to do something. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing that Pascal did. Pascal showed me his code and he sends events and triggers on events. That's smart too. That's kind of a similar thing. It helps rewriting a lot of stuff. But then you have to keep track of all those like additional templated stuff things. So that's... Do you always go disabled to armed? Yes. Can you also do a home armed to armed away? No. I have to cook dinner. See you later, Paul. So does it turn off ever again? That's the question we're waiting for right now, right? Why light turn on, the lux value went down? Because the light we're controlling and the motion detector are in different places. My motion detector is right here on my desk, while the light is in the hallway. So... For test you can fake override with DevTools, but I now almost already certain know it should take some 10 seconds. It works. So now the question becomes, and it turned on again. And why did it turn on? That's not good. That's the turn on. So the turn on automation is not... It's clear. It now turn off, on, off, on, off. It changed. It comes here. It sees my arms as disarmed. The binary motion sensor. This is an end state, right? How the hell did it turn on? Because lux level was below 50. Yeah, but there are more conditions. Like the motion sensor has to be on. So it should not have been able to turn on, right? You need this because the automation can trigger not from motion sensor. Sure. It would be nice to have a debugger for automations. There's not much to debug here, except for trying. So off has been triggered. There's no on. There's no automation here. There's no automation in my logbook. Maybe Zigbee delay? No. Why does it do this? I would have expected to see multiple automations. If the automations were like an issue, with each other, you would have seen it, right? Isn't it because it triggers itself that ignores the conditions? This should be just reflecting, that's what you're talking about, right? This should just be reflecting the state of the switch. Nothing more, nothing less. So that should not be an issue. It's just interesting because if it triggers multiple times, I would expect to see it. If you know what I mean. Maybe make an input boolean to control if a room is working automatic or not is better. Yeah, probably is. You want to know if a light is on because of an automation or not. If it's based on turn on an automation, you can turn it off on an automation. But we cannot do that. Because if I hit like the interface and turn it on, how would I know? Oh yeah, I can do it in automation itself, like an extra value. That's where the set variable integration, the variable integration we saw earlier in the stream could be helpful. It would like save the need for creating tons of input booleans, maybe. Why motion yet lights off? Because I did it manually. What I'm trying now is to see if the motion clears right now, and 10 seconds after that, if it turns on lights again, which is not correct in that case. No. Well, they stay off this time, so that's cool. Use timers to determine if the light is switched on by an automation. That's not a good practice. Okay, let's try again. I feel like the automation should be correct. Because of condition with alarm panel. Because of condition with alarm panel. Oh, this is an OR. No, this is an OR. So either of these will accept. Night, Kim. Night, Han.
We moeten aanblijven, denk ik.
Ja. This is an OR. It should work with both. sleeping could be a good idea to get a fresh hat. That's for sure. That's sure. I like this because this is actually just a whole motion sensor. This is like the most basic thing I have in my home. It's a sensor. It detects motions. It turns on a light. It's really easy. So this is really way overcomplicated for what I should be using here. I should just check if the sun is below horizon and if there's motion, turn it on, turn off after X minutes. Not too special. So we're making this way too complicated for what it is, but it is interesting because it's a use case which I could use on other places inside the house. And this is a sensor I have, so this is right on my desk, so this is a nice test case. But it seems to have worked this time. Turned off, hold turned off, turn off, and then it turns on again. And then it turns off. Like a second later. The probable answer is in the nested conditions. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Like we can trigger all we want. Like even with the time. But the condition should still like guard it. Right? So the honest condition is probably not okay. Because it turns on again. But it makes no sense. Because there are only ants in here. So these all have to match up in order for the light to turn on. So how can it turn on? There's one reason that can cause this without seeing it, and that's the circadian lightning. This is the only reason that could trigger it, turning it on while not expecting it. This is a known issue with circadian lightning though. So maybe I should get that thing out of the equation and see if it then works. I love the thing and I hate it at the same time, if you know what I mean. Didn't you say the alarm panel? I hope not. Because the sensor is right above my head. One of the sensors, that is. So let's not hope so. And if so, I could wave at like the guys in the security office. I have camera-based security system. That's kind of nice though. Let's restart it. You need to redefine what you're doing. Yeah, at this point, a different automation on. I do not have any other automations. Only the garden light, but that's it. Which is not working either. But God. But I do not have any other animations, so that's easy. Like this is from scratch, so there's nothing in my system at this point except for a really simple garden automation on sunset. What is that? Home Assistant.
It's like a little computer you can buy, and it will bring you beer.
No, it will not. I need one of those though. That would be a true service goal. Bring beer. Beer that turn on action. Yet. Why restart a whole and not just real automation? That's a really good question, though. That's an excellent question. Because I am used to doing that. I have no idea why, actually. Okay, that's a really good question. This is habits. Okay, hallway. So that's cool. They just dropped off the map. Oh, there it is. That sucks though. Habit. It's purely habit. I should use the has CLI. That's a good question. It's real automation. I don't know why I do it. It's just because like I'm so used to run HA restart, like has HA restart on the command line, and I like the command line controls. And then we have the has CLI, which is available in the community SSH command line, but that thing is just freaking long to type. Service.call. Automation, I think. Like, this is the command line you need to call. hasio-cli, which I hate to type, the -cli, service.call, service call, automation.reload. Make an alias. Yeah, that should be possible. So why are you still detecting? Stop detecting. I need to turn, it's clear now. Okay. So the lux is low. I trigger it. Lights go on. Nice. I like this thing, the Circadian lighting, a lot because it's so cool. And then we have Flux, right? Flux is the alternative. But I think Flux is hard to use as well. I wish I could just set a probably on a light like an internal follow circadian lighting or something. I don't know. Do Flux now. Flux on, Flux off or something. Instead of like this construction with switches and additional sensors that update each other, and it's all like very fragile. Well, it's really helpful to have actually, because it's really nice if it works, especially in passages in hallways and stuff where you go through. If you go through in the night, then it's just dimmed and soft and shite. And if you go through the day, it's bright and daylight-ish, which really helps though. And having some, I don't know. I can do it with Flux. Come on now. Now it's actually off and off, and it stays off. Let's check the logbook. It does it again. Look at this jumping. Oh, this is old logbook. How to refresh. It jumps again here, real quick. Why does this happen? It's more like a promise, true. But if you have automations on these things and it jumps like that, that's weird. But okay. Okay. This kind of works. So it is probably caused by circadian lighting because of the jump in. Because of this jump that happens. Circadian lighting kicks in and starts doing stuff. Okay, so alternatively I could use the flux sensor thing. Let's look at flux. I never used flux. I looked at it and I thought, well, can't I just ask the general circadian lighting sensor? It doesn't have half brightness. But while this thing is off, I can still ask for the brightness. Do any of you guys do something with lights that like have an automatic brightness? Pascal doesn't do it, I think. No, he doesn't. I really would like just to have like having a nice dim light in the night and then having a nice bright light during like when I use Circadian. Thank you! So why is it causing issues? Because that, if we turn it off, it works. Make a delay in actions. I asked Alexa to set it when I want it. Okay. I like Circadian because it has like, it's really great in the color values it produces. WLED, when it's night, I set the initial brightness to low. Yeah, that's good. And why is it unavailable again? And it can be done with automation. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Everything, I believe that like you can solve almost every freaking problem with the automations that a Home Assistant has to offer with the automation system. However, it may not always be easy, and the same goes for Node-RED, by the way. Node-RED seems to be easy. You can do a lot of things much easier with Node-RED, but you can also do a lot of things not with Node-RED without building like an humongous piece of flow. So the motion seems not stable. That's weird though. Why is it unavailable? Does it go to sleep? How does it look in decons? Here it is. It doesn't seem to be connected somehow. But why do you need to turn off the circadian light too? The problem is, if you turn off circadian lighting, if you do not do that, it could be in a transition. And that transition can turn on your light again. That's the reason why you should turn it off. I think it's written in the manual as well of circadian. Probably in here. It's this problem. Why can't I turn my lights off with Circadian? The U lights have no problems on turning off with Circadian lights, but ZH I wanted to do. The light we're controlling is a U light, by the way. The solution I utilize is to simply turn off Circadian lighting switch before turning off the light associated. Yes, the sensor does go to sleep, but I have never seen it turn off. This is the first time I've seen it turn off. Like now it's clear. It's not connected to anything. Why? Why does it change to unavailable? What is that? What is what, Alcatraz? This little thing here? This is my Z-Wave network. Sorry, my Zigbee network. Not Z-Wave, Zigbee. So these are all the devices and you can see how they are connected. Yeah, it is sleeping, but it's here, it's clear and available. I'm not sure why it turned to unavailable. That's the question. I haven't seen that before. That is new behavior, maybe. You can see it if you VNC into decons. Well, that's here. Why doesn't it allow me to select panels? Okay, never mind. Going to Google. How do you get that? I use decons, so I can just go into the add-on. Just enable VNC port for the decons integration. No, for the decons add-on. So you can enable this on the add-on, and then you can VNC in, and you can see your network, and you can see by the color of the lines how the signal is and where your problems are, probably. I want to see it go to unavailable again, and it doesn't. So that's weird. Why did it do that? Okay, let's bring back Circadian here. Let's revisit. The lights go on. If Home Assistant starts, it's an event. These are all events. Armed to disarmed. State. If there's motion detected, but it should be 2 on. I don't care which side it is. Let's delete this automation part because that's flaky. That's probably not right. Condition is disarmed. We want to have the motion on. Luminance must be below 50. And the state of the lights must be off before calling this whole shebang to turn it on. Pretty quick, in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, it's just like... That's nice. Okay, turn it off. Trigger on Home Assistant start, trigger on enabling the alarm. And disarming the alarm. No, enabling the alarm. And in case the motion turned off, and I don't care where it's coming from. I do care where it's coming from. On to off. It's for 10 seconds. Or the trigger when it drops below 50 luminance. Or don't get into this now. Turn off when above horizon. It's also a trigger. If that happens, the light has to be on, or else we do not continue. Or the alarm must be armed away, armed home. State of the motion sensor must be off. No, that's not true. These are all ors. It's like or this set. I can't believe I cannot figure this out. Does it work with a combi? Yeah, this is the combi. Decons is its combi, that's correct. Triggered on any state change. Yeah, probably. True. Nope. Thank you. Why care about the alarm panel condition? Because I want the things to turn off if I arm the alarm instantly. It's also a trigger for us to go bad. And if I do that, if I arm it, it will go dark inside the house everywhere. That's just really helpful if you bring the kids to bed and you do not have to wait for, I don't know, a long time of lights, like a minute. The little guy would not like it. It's just you push the button for the alarm and everything instantly reacts. That's what I like, actually. That's what I like about that. If you hit a panel, this arm waits armed home. But this is actually correct. Does any value of lux below 50 trigger it? Yes. But then it has to match this. And with the turn off state, it has to be below horizon before, above horizon before it will turn it off. So there's a combination. So any of these will turn the light off, which is fine. If the stop motion detection, if the arm is armed, or it gets light, that's fine. This is okay. The only thing that can just kill it is the circadian lightning. This is just correct. Let's reload the automation, since I learned that I can reload the automation, and I already know that, but okay. And it's unavailable again. Why? It doesn't happen with any of the other sensors. Why does it go off? Okay, but it does trigger. It does turn on the light. So that seems to be okay. And now it's shorter as well. Fine. The same question I have about a WireGuard rest sensor. Why? Yeah, that's a weird one as well, by the way. I now know what question you had in the beginning of the stream. The WireGuard rest sensor. I don't get it. I should probably rewrite that thing to have actually a web service and maybe make a small integration for it. To actually be able to use it. Okay. I can apply this to the garden as well, by the way. Motion detected. This is one of the reasons why I did all those small automations in the past. Or, I don't know if I continue doing large ones. Because the small ones are just so easy to write out. It's clear, should take max 10 seconds and then it should turn off. And it should stay off. Turn off. I swear to God, this is the circadian lighting. Let's check this. Look, it's on. No, it triggered. No, it's motion detected. How? All cleared, no motion detected. Am I looking at old logs? I don't get it. You've just resetted your factory resetted your hallway lights. Shouldn't be the first time though. Flint loves those buttons. He just pushes them 6 times and those IKEA lights will all go into reset mode. Are you turning off Circadian lights first? Yes, I am. Absolutely, I am. That's why it doesn't make sense. I know for a fact that when we took out the circadian lighting, everything worked as expected. So I'm quite sure this thing is the one evening it up. It worked as expected when I did that. So why? It's below. It should have triggered the off. But I should end up with off on this one. But it will not turn itself on. It makes no freaking sense. I should simplify this and restart and just do one thing at a time and slowly expand. Find the issue. Could be a problem with the Circadian config. There is nothing to config on that thing. Like you can set like the transition times and stuff, which is all small and tiny. Could it be the timing on when it does that? Nope. No. It has a transition of 15 seconds and only triggers once every 10 minutes. That sounds about right, right? Hold on. I'm going to look at my old setup. What did I do in the old thing? Narrow it down. I agree. I did the same thing right here with the off. Like, this is the stupid basic thing, and the stupid thing about this this little automation that I used to have was even during the day it would turn on the light, which is just awful. But it did work, including circadian lighting. Cut out half. Okay. I do not need an alarm control panel right now, so let's get rid of it. We do need a motion sensor, we do need the luminance. Let's remove that factor as well. Let's just do a simple on-off. Let's remove this one. Here we go. We turn it on. We're going to make sure that motion is on, the alarm is disarmed. That should be fine. We can actually test if the circadian lighting is an issue, because we can trigger it ourselves, right? And it will bypass the conditions. So I can just toggle it and see if it does what it should do. The on should not be an issue because it guards against motions, yeah. But if circadian lighting is the issue, I could just go in now and test this out. Because I can toggle it. I can toggle the... I can trigger the automation. Right? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? I instantly know what is going on now. This is weird because I would have expected something to blow up. Where's the whole light off? Yeah, I know where it is. Why didn't my config check or Home Assistant itself, why didn't it blow up? I'm off to sleepy time. Thank you. See you later, Quinder. Hope we can figure it out. I think I figured it out just right now. What probably happened, I copied some stuff over and over. On? No. It has different names. It has different file names, so that's not the issue. The only thing I can imagine is that there is actually a config error. I don't even see it in my reload automations. Why is that? It's not here. I'm doing a full configuration check now on Home Assistant on the other screen. Check the config. Yeah, I'm doing now. That's kind of weird though. It reloads without an error. ID is not required, Joe. Yes, there is. Invalid option for automation. Trigger state. Trigger 4 state. there's an error. So automation reload, even in a console, doesn't show you that. So the tip you guys gave of reloading automations actually... Okay. In trigger for state. You have some notifications there, I know. There it is. But I always have notifications here. That's why I ignore them. I always have the notification. We have discovered new devices. For only work with from? No. I'm pretty sure. Two. Here it is. I already used this. This automation has run for over a year. This one works and uses 2 with 4. So I'm sure this worked. Okay, I learn all day. I'm sure this has worked, so that's one thing. Okay, let's go back into... No, that's... all those screens. Where's my screen switcher? It's gone. That's VNC blocking it. Okay. Here we go. Now it should be working. Ah, there it is. Okay. Let's try and see if the trigger works. Execute to off. I did not click, by the way. It turned itself on. It turns itself on. And the motion sensor is not facing towards me, there's no motion. Automatically. I like it. I don't. But I know now for a fact that my on automation doesn't do the trick. My on triggers why it should not. Right? Which makes no sense because this guard here should have guarded it already, right? Oh, it's off now. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Off? The motion is not triggered for tracks. We would have seen it. And now it goes off again. Am I crazy now? How is it even possible that this condition for turning the light on is actually doing something? Let's go back to the logbook and to the... That's impossible. And you can see it's not being triggered by an automation, right? On for 10 seconds. Yes, that's the sensor. For triggering it on, what if you turn off the animation? The animation? Is transition time an issue? No, right? What if you turn off the automation and then trigger off? Which automation? The on automation? Oh, the on automation. That would be a good idea. Okay, so the whole lights on automation is now off. Seems to be working. No! I do not have an automation for turning it on now. And it still went on and off. You know the issue? I would like to know. Yes, I do, but I turn it off before I switch the light. Okay. Okay, that one is off. Then I make sure it's like switched off as a state as well. It's off. Okay. Screen sizes and a floating screen on the right, which you cannot see, which is the chat. It's really annoying because it's on top. So if I go under it, I cannot get to the windows under it. But okay. I've turned off circadian lighting now. Circadian lighting is off. Maybe a bug there. Okay, I can buy that. Let's... No. Get... That can be fixed. Let's go into... Okay. That should do it. I deleted the whole thing. That is the custom component. Yes, Pascal, it is a custom component. Do you have any suggestion how I could, like, make my lights go with the time of day in such a way that it's nice and easy? Do you have any other lights to test? Yes, I do. Tons. I have a WLED next to me, for example. Config check passes, so let's restart it. And then we have an instance without. Case needs to fix this. Look at this. Can you see it? It's going nuts here in the background, in the bottom. It's reconnecting so fast, you cannot even read what it is doing. That's really not good. How do you keep the program secure? I'm not sure what your question is. Which program? Like Home Assistant itself or something? Still going. By the way, click the drop down and change the output from language server back to task. It doesn't matter, it still drops back. I tried it. And apparently it's reported more often. Okay, command is completed successfully. Okay. Now, it's gone now. We do not have circadian lighting right now. Let's turn the lights on. Here we go. Execute. And then wait. Yes, keep intruders out. A password, drill. A password. And it turns on again. I am invincible. Wow, did you see that effect? What the hell? What did my camera do? So the issue still is occurring. I do not have circadian lighting at this point. I killed the whole thing. I can make sure it's gone. No entities. So I do not have circadian lighting at this point. And it still shows the same behavior. Not in your garden automation. My garden automation doesn't matter in this case because I can disable them too. If you think that's a problem, we'll disable that too. They use it, but they will fail because it's not there anymore, but I can disable those. I have two automations, and there's only one, and one that can turn off. And it only calls service turn off. No, it's not only on UI, that's the problem. You can see it in here as well. I could have seen it here. Oh no, you cannot see it right now. It could be in the UI. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not a problem at all. Where's my hole? Because I'm now 2-column layout, it's somewhere else. Okay. Better scroll by. Oh, here it is. Here's my hole. It's 101. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm pretty sure that I know what it is. And if that is true, we can actually fix this. That's it. This was it. If we call it turn off surface, we're going to assume the state is off at the point we're going to change it. But actually the light itself is in a transition state. I set a transition for 15 seconds because I want to dim the light slow. I find it nice that if lights go off, it may take time. That's okay. It doesn't have to be. I find it beautiful to see a light go slow off. In that time, there will be an update triggered, like a polling or something, and that thing will turn it on again. Because it's in transition, and in transition means the light itself has to stay on. And that's actually maybe not totally true. That was the whole problem. We've been looking at a ghost. We've been looking at how the state engine of Home Assistant works all the time. Like, it actually will check the state of the light. We send a command to turn the light off in a transition of 15 seconds. Within that 15 seconds, the light will turn off, but turn on again because it asks the state of the light, but the light is on. It's transitioning to off, but it is on. After the 15 seconds are passed, the light is actually off. So the next update cycle will determine it's off and turn it off actually in the UI again. So basically, if you use a transition longer than the polling mechanism, you will have an issue. That's weird. Fuck. So the transition needs to be set less than polling. I don't know if that's a bug report actually. You could discuss it, right? It is on. It's transitioning, but it's on. It's not off yet. Decons uses push. Yeah, that's true. Decons uses push. Nevertheless, it is a WebSocket stream. And it is transitioning. Oh, wait. This is not decons. We are not looking at a decons issue. We're looking at a polling mechanism of the Philips Hue. The light is a Philips Hue connected to the Hue bridge. The sensor is connected to decons. So this light in the ceiling is actually connected to Philips Hue, and that's a polling mechanism. So if you transition on a polling is longer on Philips Hue, then it will poll and change the stuff. That's what I've been looking at for over like an hour and a half now. To find out that if your transition is longer than the polling rate, or if you're out of luck and the poll just jumps in right after you change something. That is interesting. So we could... Needs a transition state, maybe. Transition state. That sounds like a new problem. What is your light in? Is it on, off? No, it's transitioning. Then you can play music during the transition to make it sound like Star Trek. That would be cool. Would actually be really cool if you have like I don't know, whatever, or an unknown state. No, we have an unknown state. Don't mess with the unknown state. Whole new can of worms. Transitioning, as it's not on or off, so don't trigger anything yet until it's complete. That's true though. If we had like the actual transitioning state, yeah, sure. Time for bed. See you, Richard. Thank you for tuning in, mate. Transitioning sounds like a personal problem. Some people make problems out of it for tracks. I think we should not, to be honest. Thank you for turning light on. Your turn is really appreciated. Yeah. Trains the transitions. True enough. I'm going to call it a day. That's what I'm going to do. You just gave me an idea for a front door sensor that triggers to get Alexa to play the enterprise door opening sound. That is cool! Like the swoosh. Like a swoosh when you open the door. That is freaking awesome. That's a good idea though. We need that. Like if you open the door and then you hear shh. It must be fast enough or else it would sound really weird though. But that's a cool idea. That I agree on. Okay. So my problem is actually the Philips Hue bridge. So my solution is to ditch the bitch. By the way, I could fix it. I could like think a long way to how to fix this in Home Assistant if I could ever get a fix for this in, because this is going to be nasty as hell. I don't think that needs a lot of thinking, and discussions, and people to accept it, which would probably be hard because the light is on. It's true. However, if I just like ditch the Hue bridge, bitch, then it would be safe. Then the problem is solved. I go full decons and I do not have this issue probably. But it's only in the UI. No, it's not in the UI. That's my issue with this. This is not in the UI. It's actually a state change. Because of the polling. So if your transition drops in a polling moment, it will actually change the state. It's not a UI issue. It actually will trigger a state change. Which is not kinda true. It has never been off, it's transitioning. Oh well. I'm going to call it a day. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, that's the wrong button. Sorry about that. That's the wrong button. So lesson learned. Don't do transitions. That's actually cool about WLED. With WLED, it would not have been a transition, an issue, since WLED itself will handle the transition and report the state off. Meanwhile, it's transitioning. So that's kind of okay, I guess. Have a good Friday. Yeah, I will try. It's time for bed, by the way. It's past 1 a.m. It's time for some good night's sleep. Thank you guys for tuning in. It has been quite learningful. Thank you, Pascal, for sharing your automations. That was really insightful. And Kakra, thank you so much. I already switched, but I'm still going to do the automation. Yeah, boy! Thank you, sir. Good enough. I'm going to say good night. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm not sure if I will stream tomorrow. Maybe I should just do like surprise streams, like whenever I feel like it. Maybe I should do some different times to see if some other people in other time zones can say hi. I find it quite cool to see some new people in here tonight and some new questions as well. So that was kind of nice. A very interesting stream. It was pretty much very interesting and frustrating for myself, to be honest. Okay, good night, guys. See you later. If I can find a button. Can I find a button? Yeah.